We're on. Excellent. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to call this meeting to order at 9:02 a.m. Item number 2, adoption of the agenda. We do have a request to amend the agenda for today, January 28th, by removing item 6.1, results of the Enterprise Resource Planning System Review, and 7.3, first reading of Bylaw 1083-20/20, Clearwater County Land Use Bylaw, to ensure enough time for discussion on the 2019-2020 intermunicipal mediation verbal report during the closed sessions. These items will be on the February 11th agenda for Council's regular meeting should we pass the motion to remove them. So is there a motion to remove those two items?
I'll make that motion.
Councillor Lang, any further discussion on those, on the motion? Seeing none, I will ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries. So now a motion to adopt the January 28th agenda as amended.
So moved.
Councillor Lougheed, I will call the question. Oh, yes.
Verbal, please.
Excellent, thank you. There is a place in the agenda for councillor reports.
Okay.
And instead of having councillors say, I have a report, I think we'll just open the floor at that time. We'll start at Division 1 and go around the table. And if you have a report, say it. If not, say you don't have a report. It's just gonna, then it, like last week, Jim, you were late by 3 minutes. And if we would have followed the agenda to the letter of the law, you would have been excluded. And I didn't think that was fair. So I think from in the future, we'll just, everyone has the option for the report unless you decline it. Good with that? Okay. So I will call the question for the amended agenda. All in favor? Motion carries. Item 3.1, regular council meeting minutes. Any changes, amendments with the minutes?
I do have one.
Yes.
I would just, it's just at the very end of the meeting minutes, the last page. I just believe that we just got our times just mixed up on the one where we come out of come out of open session, that we recessed and then adjournment. I'm just for clarity on the so it's on the second motion where Jim has opened the session back up at 12:30. We go into recess, and then it says we're adjourned. So there's just a little bit of a time discrepancy. I think you meant to put a different time, Tracy Lynn, on that. So could I just get together with you afterwards just to confirm that? It just would be on times on that last page. Just for me, it doesn't follow the chronological order. So on time.
So it should be probably 4:44.
Yeah.
Because we were in closed session.
Yeah.
Jim moved that we go back to open session, and then I recessed the meeting, and then we called the meeting back to order at 4:48.
Yes.
Do you see that, Tracy? Okay.
Yeah.
Any other changes to the minutes? Can I have a mover, please?
I'll make that motion to change.
Further discussion on the minutes and the motion? I will call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Item 4.1, Clearwater County, Mountain View County, ICF approval and IDP exemption. Christine?
Item will look familiar to the last few meetings that we've been going through the process of getting through our intermunicipal collaboration framework adoptions. Before council today is the ICF with Mountain View County. Included within the document is a draft that would look similar to some of the other ICFs. Again, does council wish for me to go through the document page by page, or do they wish to ask any questions related specifically to anything they have a concern or question about?
I would like to, if we could just ask Christine any questions we have on the on the ICF instead of going through it line by line. Is everyone okay with that?
Just one question, and it's just on process. We have to create these ICC committees for that, so is that something we have to do at every organizational then? Or,
Yes, it would be, that would be the perfect time to do that, or you could do it through resolution at any point in the year, in a regular council meeting. I guess it'll be up to the next time the meetings are required. Because we've set the ICFs now, it's likely it wouldn't be till after the next election. Most of them reference at least once every 4 years, and within, some say within a certain time frame after a municipal election, just so each new council has an opportunity to review. So it's likely to be a couple years out before we have to.
but there's no
actually
requirement
meet.
with an ICF in place that you have to have members named to an ICC, then we can do that as a meeting comes up. even or
Correct,
something.
yeah, that can happen as part of your annual organizational meeting process, or again, through resolution throughout the year if there's a change or anything like that.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions for Christine? So everyone is comfortable with the ICF as it's written? Okay, we need a motion to grant first reading. I'll move first reading. Further discussion on first reading. I'll call the question. All in favor? First reading passes. A motion for second reading. Councillor Duncan. Further discussion on, or any discussion on second reading? I will call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Second reading passes. We need permission for third reading today. Councillor Lang. Any discussion? All in favor? Motion carries to proceed to third reading. And now a mover for third reading on bylaw 1085/20. Councillor Laird. Discussion on third reading. I will call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Do we need a motion to, for the staff recommendation for part 2 that we do not require an IDP? Yes, can I have a mover for that? Councillor Lougheed. Any discussion on the exemption? Seeing none, I will call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Yes.
Christine, sorry. If I may, we have a number of these, I believe it's 13. How far are we on our list of getting them completed, and who is outstanding?
Outstanding, we have ID 12, ID 9, Yellowhead County, Red Deer County, and I believe that's it. I have to go through my spreadsheet to double check. I just don't have it in front of me. So those are anticipated to come either at the February 11th meeting or the first meeting in March. So they're still working through the process with their administration teams to get those drafts hammered out before the administrations can pass that along to councils.
So that's Red Deer County and Yellowhead County, no others?
ID 12 and ID 9 as well.
Oh, sorry.
Yes. So Improvement
Right,
District 12 and
and
Improvement
Jasper.
District 9.
Okay.
Oh, and Rocky Mountain House. I apologize.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Yeah, that's perhaps
Thank you,
because
Rick.
it's a little more complex or
Yes,
something.
absolutely.
All right, thank you.
Thanks very much.
How is the process going with Banff and Jasper? I know there are some difficulties because of the way their municipalities are set up.
As departments, so in ID, and I'm going to mix them up, ID 12 is the Department of Municipal Affairs. So they had a template that they've used with the town of Canmore. We're using that as a base template. So that one's pretty much drafted. That'll be ready for the February 11th meeting. ID 9 has a council, I believe, and they do have a CAO. So I've been dealing with, and And certainly that's underway as well. So I would expect if we can get all our ducks in a row, we'd have it for the next council meeting, both of those improvement districts.
Supplemental question. You indicated that the town and us, we haven't got that done yet. Where are we on the process?
In terms of the process, that process is on hold pending the mediation discussions, and that was based on the Town of Rocky Mountain House request when they asked for mediation. The draft had been vetted administratively, so there is a draft ICF that we can kind of pick up and run with once that process concludes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for the clarity.
Any further questions for Christine? Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So we move on to item 5.1, the Rocky Mountain House Airport Commission Council Appointment, page 21.
Good morning, Council. So this agenda item before you is on the Rocky Mountain House Airport Commission Council appointment. The recommendation before Council that Council appoints Councillor Cammy Laird to the Rocky Mountain House Airport Commission effective January 28th, 2020 to October 27th, 2020 at the next organizational meeting. At the October 22nd, 2019 organizational meeting, Council appointed Councillor Teresa Lang to the Rocky Mountain House Airport Commission. However, due to meeting schedule conflicts, Councillor Lang can no longer participate. Councillor Laird indicated interest in this appointment, so this agenda is before Council for its discussion.
Any questions or comments? Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Lang moves. All in favor? We have removed item 6.1 off the agenda, so we will move to item 7.1, the Telecommunication Antenna System Sitting Policy. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning. Okay, so in November, Council directed staff to move ahead with the creation of a telecommunication tower policy. Staff is now returning to Council with a draft telecommunication antenna system siting policy. So much of the policy document was created using the Federation of Canadian Municipalities and the Canadian Wireless Telecommunications Association template. We believe this template would be considered best practice as it references much of the ISED Canada Radio Communication and Broadcasting Antenna Systems Client Procedures Circular and would be consistent with other municipalities across Canada referencing this template. So the draft policy includes the following sections: objectives, jurisdiction and roles, definitions, excluded structures, pre-consultation with the county, development guidelines, proposal submission, public consultation process, statement of concurrence or non-concurrence, consultation process timeframe, letter of undertaking, redundant antenna systems. Based on some points of discussion from the previous meeting, staff will speak to a few of the sections. So section 4, excluded structures, starts on page 9 of 45 in this item. Staff included, as recommended, the list of excluded structures as per ISED Canada. We also included the portion that indicates in the ISED Canada circular that individual circumstances vary with each system and that the exclusion criteria should be applied considering the local circumstances. Therefore, we did include a section that asks the proponent to contact the county regardless of the exemption criteria and to provide us with information about the tower installation, including the location, height, description, and any applicable screening. We also ask that they provide us with a preliminary drawing or visual rendering of the tower. Section 6, development guidelines, can be found on 14 of 45. This section indicates where the county would prefer to see towers and where they discourage the placement of towers. It also speaks to the style of tower, yard requirements, signage, and on-site lighting. All these components were pulled from the template produced by the FCM and CWTA. Section 7, proposal submission. This section indicates what we would like the proponent to provide when applying for a letter of concurrence or non-concurrence. This section also references fees. Previously, council chose to waive the fees for towers and the requirement for development permits. Staff would like direction on whether or not council wishes to require a fee to process the request for concurrence. In either case, no fee would be required for proposals that are exempt under this policy. And I have highlighted the section in the policy about fees found on page 20 of 45 of this item, so that you guys can see what we have drafted for options there. And then section 8, public consultation. This section includes information on what the proponent needs to provide to individuals for public consultation and who they need to consult. Clearwater County staff has suggested that notification be sent to members within the prescribed distance, which we have indicated to be 3 times the height of the tower. This is consistent with ISCD Canada's requirements for public consultation. This section also states the allotted timelines for affected parties to respond, being 30 days, which is consistent with all of Clearwater County planning and development referrals. Staff has attached a sample antenna system siting proposal that has been recently processed under the ISCD Canada default consultation process and the applicable letter of concurrence. The process that the proponents will follow under this new policy will be very similar in nature. The policy simply allows the county to clarify preferred locations for antenna systems and to require additional consultation when a tower is in a sensitive location within the county. Eleanor is going to elaborate on what's included in the sample package and the process that was used.
Thank you, Kim. I've included in the package the most recent request for concurrence that we received. So there's a package on page 28 from Land Solutions LP, which is the consultant that Telecommunications was using. So just to give you an idea of a typical package, we've received it on December 6th, and by January 14th, they had done their public consultation, and we were able to issue the letter of concurrence. That is what TELUS would then provide to ISCD to satisfy their public consultation requirements, and also to satisfy the requirement for them to consult with the Land Use Authority. So it's a fairly quick process, and it also gives us documents that we can have in the file in case we get inquiries from the public afterwards. Typically, we would get those when they were starting to construct and people saw activity there, what's going on, or if there was concerns about lighting or health issues, things like that. So we have a good document that we can have in the land file that we can then refer to as the process goes along.
Thank you, Eleanor. So I would like to note that staff has also drafted the applicable changes to the land use bylaw and will be presenting that to council at the next meeting as part of that review. So at this time, we are asking council to consider approving the attached policy with any amendments you deem necessary, as well as a decision on the fee requirement, if you would like that. And again, in that section, I kind of drafted 2 different wordings depending on if you were to require a fee or not.
Thank you. Questions? Or clarifications? Councillor Lee.
I guess recognizing, the fee question that you've got before us, if we decide to go with the fee, I think that should be as an annex or an add-on, so that you're not having to come back to council for a whole policy change. I think it'd be wise, then you just come back to council for just that amendment. How much time is staff spending on some of these, I'll say, middle of the road applications, so we could get an idea of if a fee really is required?
I'll let Eleanor answer that one.
Yeah. For example, with this letter of concurrence that's in your package here, I would say the total amount of staff time was approximately an hour. You kind of go back and forth with them via email. If there had been concerns about the location, in this case, we didn't have concerns. It's at the Alhambra Community Hall site, so it was fairly straightforward. We may have spent more time if we had to schedule a meeting with TELUS met them on site, maybe suggested some different locations. In this case, for a pretty straightforward one, I would say about an hour of staff time total. So not a lot of time.
Councillor Lang?
So Eleanor and Kim, I'm just wondering, because this comes under the federal laws, is that correct? Does the county really have any say in this? Like,
They
no?
take our recommendations seriously, the federal government, based on their documentation. They are the ones that have asked the proponent to contact the municipality and determine if there are any concerns and, you know, to contact the adjacent landowners. And we take those concerns into consideration and try to work with the proponent to possibly find a different location if there is serious concerns. So they do look at our letter of concurrence or non-concurrence. Like if we were to send a letter of non-concurrence, that would be a concern to Industry Canada, and they'd kind of, you know, look to the proponent and be like, is there a way that we can fix this, essentially? But in the end, they're the final decision maker, so they may approve it even if we were to give a letter of non-concurrence, but they would probably try to repair that prior to.
So I guess further to that, have you ever in the past given a letter of non-concurrence and had to, where they've actually moved a tower based on what the county has
Not,
said? No?
We haven't actually issued a letter of non-concurrence. The only experience I've had where we've issued a development permit, this was,
number
I'm
of
gonna
years
say,
ago.
at least 5 years ago. There was a bunch of towers that were going up at that time, and then they tend to be intermittent like this, where there's a bunch of them that come on and then there's nothing for a couple of years. So in this case, there was a tower that was proposed on the edge of Rocky Mountain House. It was given development permit approval, and some of the neighbors appealed that decision. And because there was an appeal, Industry Canada suggested to the proponent that they relocate it, which they did. So they do take into consideration that the Land Use Authority has a better idea of the local preferences, certain sites that aren't appropriate, that kind of thing. So that's really what they're looking for, is our input into that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Duncan?
Thank you. I'm not sure I quite understand the appeal process here. What are the avenues open to, if somebody does have concerns? Is it, do we hold the appeal, or is that done by the
No,
federal
in
government?
this case, there is no appeal because we're not doing a development permit process anymore. We're just doing this consultation process. So in this case, they have to send out letters or possibly have a meeting with the adjacent landowners, and then adjacent landowners can send in letters if they have concern, and they're required to respond to those letters and try to like mitigate those concerns and show that they've tried to do that. And then they also provide us with that information, and then if we feel that it's still, you know, maybe not meeting the requirements or we have concerns, then at that point we could issue a letter of non-concurrence, and then it's up to Industry Canada, or they'll say maybe you need to go back and discuss further with the municipality, but there is no appeal process in this, through this process.
Okay, but I guess that you've answered my question, and
Okay.
that we have the ability through the letter of non-concurrence, and which comes after that.
Yes, after
Contact
that,
with the
yeah,
landowners
after
and
the,
that.
yeah, exactly.
It's not gonna be done before landowner
No.
contact or.
Yeah, we will have all that information before we give that letter out.
Okay, thank you.
Supplemental, I guess it's more of an observation, and I am very pleased that, you know, we have a program and a policy that we're considering today, because it's going to put us on the proactive side rather than through appeals and a reactive process. It allows our community members to be involved and have their concerns heard actively. I think that gives us another tool for our staff to use to ensure that we do have that consultation. So I'm very pleased to see that this is being brought forward so that we can be proactive rather than reactive.
Other questions? So if a landowner, a resident wants to put a tower up on the side of his house to increase, he has some trees to get his internet signal over, as long as the tower is less than 15 meters, he is exempt.
Correct.
But
We've
you're
asked them just to kind of let us know, provide us with, if it's gonna be under that 15, we've asked that everybody basically contact us and just say, hey, you know, is this gonna be an issue? But essentially, this is what I'm doing, this is gonna be the height of the tower. And then we'll be like, okay, that's not really a place of concern. But the way we've written the policy, it does allow us, like, if they're making it, you know, just up to that 15 meters and they're at the top of the hill and some of the neighbors have like expressed concern, they're like, hey, I hear my neighbor's doing this, and we'd be like, hey, you might wanna talk to your neighbors, or can you provide us with a little bit more information?
Okay.
It's kind of given us an opportunity to do that.
And from reading the sample package that you added, really, we're not requiring any additional information from a company that wants to put up a tower. All the information's already prepared for the other approvals. So it's really just a matter of informing us and showing us the information there.
Exactly.
They've collected already.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they've sent us an initial package, and then they've done their public consultation. They've shown us what that is. They've shown us the comments that they received back. In this case, they got one comment back. And then they've shown us their response
Yes.
to that. So we've got a fairly good idea on these bigger towers, when they're doing consultation, if it's gonna be an issue with the neighborhood
Right.
before we issue concurrence.
Okay.
And just one other thing about those smaller towers, there is a possibility, especially if they're putting a tower up on a building, that they may need a development permit
Okay.
or something like that from us. So we still want them to check in with us, and we're just encouraging that through this policy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So not a lot of extra red tape for a company
No.
to come in and do it.
No. And honestly, that's maybe not clear the way we presented it, but the companies are not on the exemption. So even if they're under the 15 meters, if it belongs to a company for broadcasting, they're required to consult with us anyway.
Okay.
So it only applies to personal towers, the exemption. It says that in the exemption thing, it mentions like you're exempt under the 50 meters unless you're essentially a company.
Okay. Councillor Lang?
Eleanor, you had said something that they, residents may need a development permit if the tower is being installed onto their house. Can you explain why they'd need a development permit for that?
Well, in some cases, if they needed to do an addition on a structure to accommodate a tower, that would prompt a development permit requirement.
Okay, thank you.
So the fees, if everyone wants to look at page 20 or 190 of 484 in your agenda package, do we wish to require a fee? And if we do require a fee, what is that fee?
I'm okay with no fee at the present time. I would just ask the staff monitor that, and if it looks like it's becoming a more arduous process, that they may come back to us. And I endorse Councillor Laird's suggestion that a schedule would be the way to put the fees in, so that we don't have to come back and amend a policy, that we can do it through a schedule of fees.
It's possible that, like, if you did decide to add it at a later date, we could add it to the existing fee schedule and attach that schedule, which is attached to the rest of our planning policies.
Okay. Other comments on fees? Councillor Vandermeer?
I would just say I agree with Councillor Duncan's position that no fees would be appropriate at this time.
Is everyone okay with Councillor Duncan's suggestion? Okay, so no fees required?
Okay.
But please monitor that, and if it becomes onerous and costly, please come back to us.
Okay.
Thank you.
So is there any other direction that planning is looking for from council?
Essentially, I guess if there's no other questions or concerns about the policy, we're just kind of looking for you to make that decision if you're okay to move forward with this policy.
Okay? Yes.
I will make a motion then to approve the policy as presented and to attach, to mention it on the schedule of planning fees, that it is at zero cost at this time.
Any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I will ask the question. All in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 7.2, the road closure application. Good morning.
Acting on behalf of the applicants Keith and Elsie Winchell. The application I'm presenting today is to close a portion of an undeveloped road which lies directly adjacent to a fully developed Township Road 40-1A, located northwest of the town of Rocky Mountain House. As outlined on your survey sketch found on page 4 of your agenda package, the portion of undeveloped road, Road Plan 4462JY, is located between the north boundary of Township Road 40-1A and the south boundary of the applicant's quarter section, being part of the northeast of 5, 40 of 7, identified on the proposal as Lot 6 in the supplementary information. In 2015, subdivision approval was granted by the Municipal Government Board to the Winchells for 2 fragmented parcels, being proposed Lot 5 and Lot 6. As the Winchells enter the final stage of completing their subdivision condition, it is their hope to consolidate approximately 0.799 of an acre of unused road plan with their property, proposed Lot 6. This portion of road is not being used, and the likelihood of it being developed is slim due to the area terrain and Township Road 40-1A being constructed to a municipal standard. In addition to the Winchells' request to close this portion of road, which can be found on page 7 of the agenda package, Clearwater County's Public Works Department offered no objections. However, would recommend a future acquisition of land agreement be obtained should road widening be required at a later date. In order to close this portion of road, a resolution process is followed. Referrals were circulated to applicable government agencies, utility companies, and adjacent landowners, and no objections were received. There is no requirement for a public hearing and no consent from adjacent landowners due to the location of adjacent road allowances. If this resolution is passed by council, the application is then sent to Alberta Transportation for ministerial approvals. Alberta Transportation will then prepare the necessary documents to transfer this portion of road. Staff are recommending council consider giving approval by resolution to close a portion of Road Plan 4462JY and consolidate it with lands under the ownership of Keith and Elsie Winchell, as shown on Schedule A, forming part of this resolution. And Schedule A can be found on page 9 of your agenda package, as well as enter into a future acquisition of land agreement with the landowners. Should council have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Otherwise, I'll offer Bob Hagsman an opportunity to address.
Any questions from council at this time?
Good morning, Council. Thank you, Tim. I'll give you a little background here. This road plan 4462JY was created in 1954 in order to accommodate the road as it was at that time. This road's known locally as the Chicken Ranch Road or the Old Crimson Lake Road. Now it serves a number of subdivisions on this road and then connects up with the road just before Twin Lakes. Now in 1983, sometime between 54 and 83, which was probably in the early 80s, that road was rebuilt. It's now paved, and the alignment was outside of that old plan 4462JY. So the government at that time undertook to survey a new road plan and extended it south from 4462JY and made that new plan 832-3055, which is 66 feet wide. Now, the entire new road right-of-way is encompassed by this new road plan. The old road plan was, I guess, reclaimed and hasn't been used since. So it's just been laying there. You haven't got taxes on it. And when we were doing this subdivision, we saw an opportunity, the Winchells and myself, in order to take a portion of that road and amalgamate it with the new future subdivision. It kind of made sense. We undertook a bit of a survey all the way down to the quarter line and discovered that to the southeast of this new proposed Lot 6, there's a slope of the road there for much of it, and it wouldn't make sense, in discussing it with Public Works too, to take that portion as well, because it's being actually used as part of the road right away. So we're only planning to take the portion in proposed Lot 6. And one oversight here is that we were speaking of closing a portion of Road Plan 4462JY, and I just amended this plan yesterday because it wasn't clear that we're also taking a little portion of the new plan 832-3055. It's not much, 0.005 hectares, I think, what's that, 50 square meters, but it streamlines it, it makes it straight instead of having a little jog from an old plan in the future. And anytime you have extra little jogs in that, it confuses things. Yes. So this makes it very clear as to where the road goes. The other thing that we're anticipating doing is dedicating 5 meters. I think it was 5 meters. Yeah, 5 meters exactly, not 5.18, but in order to accommodate future road widening at this point in time. Now, whether or not the county sees fit to take another deferred road agreement, that's not a big problem with the Winchells, because you know, even though already dedicating the 5 meters it wouldn't be a problem, I don't think, just to cover maybe what might happen at the county level. At first, Public Works had a few questions about further intersectional development here at the north end of Brower Drive, but there's already quite a bit of road right away there that's not being used. You see that portion that's directly south of Sandstone Crescent. We're planning to leave that as part of the road because of course we need it for access into this subdivision. And then just east of that, there's there's a pretty steep hill here on this lot B1, and just at the base of the hill there's a group mailbox and a large area for people to pull out right now and that sort of thing. So even if possibly more intersectional treatment was required there, there's ample room to do that. If you have any questions, I'd be very happy to answer them.
Any questions, Council?
First of all, this looks like it makes a lot of sense. The question I do have is where Public Works is asking for future land acquisition, how would that work? Would it be like a caveat on the land or some sort of other arrangement?
Yeah, we would get them to enter in, and it would be registered as a caveat against their land title.
Okay, thank you.
Typically during the subdivision process, this is done, and it would cover this proposed Lot 6 and the balance of the northeast of 5. So the county has the right to come and take another usually it's 5.18 meters.
Yeah.
That's the old 17 feet. We've kind of soft converted it to 5 meters in this case. But, one other thing I might mention here is that my plan here is to register what they call a miscellaneous land titles, showing this area in blue here as an Area A. So it'll be a registered plan. And then the land use bylaw can refer to that plan as the portion that we're closing, because it is a little bit complicated to describe in words. So that would, again, streamline it so there's no errors. And then we'd consolidate that with the balance of the quarter. And after that, well, basically immediately after that, we'd send it all up in the same package. We'd create lots 5 and 6. And that portion of the road would then be consolidated with lot 6 because it's already consolidated with the quarter. Okay.
Other questions? Holly, was there any other information for us?
No, that is everything.
So is there, we have our staff recommendations in the agenda package. Is there anyone who would wish to move? Number A, or letter A? Any further discussion? Giving approval? Teresa, would you just read it, please?
We'll have to amend it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Reeve Hoven, I might just suggest that we make an amendment where it says Road Plan 4462JY.
Yes.
And add a portion of Road Plan 8323055 as well. And if you want to refer to this plan that I gave you this morning
Okay.
in the motion, that would probably clarify it.
Yes, I can amend Schedule A to include Bob's sketch.
Thank you. And we've got those numbers recorded, Tracy? Okay. So we have a motion. Any further discussion upon that motion? I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Item B was enter into a future land acquisition agreement. Do we have a mover? Councillor Duncan? Further discussion? Call the question. All in favor? Motion carries.
Thank you.
That's everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So we have removed item 7.3 from the agenda for today. We will move to item 7.4. Application number 5/19 to amend the land use bylaw, bylaw 1066/19 on page 465.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Council. Before you is bylaw 1066/19, which intends to redesignate approximately 3.5 acres from the Country Residence District to the Recreation Facility District. The applicant is Raymond Berry, who has entered into a purchase agreement with the current landowners to acquire the property. The subject land is located at the intersection of Highway 591 and Boundary Boulevard, approximately 23 kilometers west of the village of Caroline. No subdivision of the subject lands is anticipated at this time. Council reviewed and gave first reading to the bylaw on May 14 of last year. A public hearing took place on June 25th. Following the public hearing, second and third readings were tabled pending the submission of the following information. 1, a complete detailed subdivision business plan. 2, site servicing plan prepared by a qualified engineer regarding water, sewer, storm, and water management. 3, road requirements and traffic impacts, including access, egress, and parking considerations. 4, open space needs. 5, comments from the fire department regarding availability of protective and emergency services, as well as the location of potential fire pits. 6, type of shallow utilities, including the potential relocation of electrical posts and location of proposed underground electrical lines. And 7, detailed site, landscape, and elevation plans. If this land use amendment application is successful, the applicant intends to develop and operate a rental cabin facility consisting of 20 cabins and 1 manager residence. Each cabin is intended to be 80 square meters and would range from bungalow style to second-story loft style. The property is accessed directly from Boundary Boulevard. Surrounding land uses are country residence agriculture, country residence, highway development, recreation facility, and agriculture. The Country Air Campground is located directly to the west, and the Boundary Multi-Lot subdivision is located to the southwest of the subject property. The applicant has provided more information regarding the business operation, including the following. A, more detailed description of the business operation. A 2-page description of the business has been submitted and is attached to your report. B, more detailed servicing plans. A revised drawing was submitted showing bioswales, shared sewer pump-out tanks, common water well with holding tank and pump, and 2 hydrants. C, a preliminary transportation impact assessment, or TIA. This was provided and indicates that the Highway 591 and Boundary Boulevard intersection is a Type 1 intersection, but it should be a Type 2 intersection. Alberta Transportation, however, doesn't believe the proposed development would trigger intersection improvements. Any improvements, if needed, will be the responsibility of the developer. D, comments from the fire department. The department says that road width should be at least 6 meters with appropriate turning radius, and the development should be subject to the building code. E, more detail regarding shallow utilities. Buried power lines were indicated in the new drawings. No telephone, cable, or gas are being proposed. And F, more detailed site and landscaping plan. A revised drawing was provided that shows that a fence and trees are being proposed around the property. A small playground is also being proposed. Following internal discussions, mainly with the fire department, it was noted that the densities proposed for the development will not meet the Safety Codes Act. More specifically, the separation distance between buildings falls short of meeting building code. As a result, it is anticipated that the applicant will need to reduce the proposed number of cabins in order to obtain a building permit in the future. The application has been evaluated against policies and regulations from the Municipal Development Plan and Land Use Bylaw. Planning staff still has some concerns regarding the proposed densities. It is recommended then that Council consider granting second and third readings to Bylaw 1066-19 with the understanding that the proposed densities will need to be reduced in the future, or alternative building materials will need to be used in order to meet the building code. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Questions from council? Deputy Reeve Swanson.
Thank you, Jose. When we seen this last summer, had we approved that they were anticipating to come right away with a building development permit and then start last year, correct? Like that was their intent for schedule?
That was their intention, that's correct.
Yeah, so should we decide to do this, we would expect an MPC development permit to come and anticipated when you talk to the people proposing this would start this year, right? 2020 is what they're
That is correct.
anticipating?
That's the intention, and it will be brought to the Planning Commission. That's
Right,
correct.
exactly. So it still needs another step.
Mm-hmm.
So did fire indicate how many less buildings they figured would be on this? Or
It depends basically on the building materials and the location of the windows.
right?
But at least a minimum of 6 meters separation between the buildings, and that will be roughly half of the proposed units.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Duncan?
And I may have missed it here, you said there was no natural gas being brought in at this time?
That's correct.
So there, obviously, it's probably propane or something that they're proposing. If they choose to upgrade to natural gas, would that trigger another development permit and, or is that, would that be separate?
That wouldn't need a development permit. Maybe we need some agreements with the provider, the utility provider.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions or comments? Yes.
I guess for me, knowing that this could be, you know, cut in half as far as the number of cabins and that kind of thing, I mean, I welcome the idea. I think this is a great idea. This is very suitable for this location and in this area. But I'm just wondering about the density of this. I mean, we can't stop an entrepreneur that wants to feel that they can make a business case out of this. So, like I say, I like the idea. It's well suited for the area. I'm just concerned about the fact that, you know, the intensity, like you've mentioned, as far as fire and that kind of thing, and what they got proposed. I hope it's I hope it's a start and completion and not a start and oops, we can't make a go of it. So that's my only concern with something like this. But that's where I would, once it comes to the MPC, if we get that far, that there'll be greater details at that particular point in time for us to review it. So I'm looking forward to any other comments and from my fellow councillors.
Councillor Duncan?
I would be okay to move forward this. You know, it's not our position to comment on a business plan from a perspective of entrepreneur developer. So they will have to, like you say, go through the MPC process, go through the building code process, fire code process, and it's up to them to find that out. But I think we can move forward with this, and the process is not in any, or it's not putting the county at risk in any way on this.
Are you making a motion, Councillor
I would
Duncan?
so make the motion then.
Further discussion on the motion for second reading? I'll ask the question. All in favor? Is there a motion for third reading? Councillor Vandermeer. Further discussion on third reading? All in favor? Third reading passes.
Thank you.
So we will move on now to item 8.1, the CAO report.
Good morning, Council. So on the January 28th CAO report, Kirby Bigchild, Executive Director of Asokiwin Friendship Center, is offering peacemaking circle training. The details are attached. Derived from Indigenous teachings and traditions, a peacemaking circle is a community-directed response that aims to address behavior concerns and establish community safety by drawing on the wisdom, experience, and capacity of the community. Registration is open to elected officials, municipal administration, community peace officers, and RCMP at $250 per participant. Training is to take place either late February or March. The annual general meeting for Clearwater County's insurance carrier, Genesis Reciprocal Insurance Exchange, takes place March 16th during the RMA convention. Mr. Murray Hagan, Director of Corporate Services, will attend on the county's behalf. And the Alberta Coordinated Action for Recycling Enterprises, CARE, 2020 Spring Seminar takes place February 26th to the 28th in Westlock. The seminar includes presentations and updates on the latest innovations and technology regarding recycling programs on waste facilities. Council members on the Regional Solid Waste Authority Board are authorized to attend. However, should any other councillors wish to attend, a motion would be required from council.
Any questions for Mr. Emmons? Thank you. Public Works report. Any questions for administration on the Public Works report? Anything you wish to add to the Public Works report, Mr. Emmons? Councillor reports. We'll start with Councillor Duncan and just go around the table.
Thank you. Couple items. The first one being last week, Councillor Lougheed and myself attended the ASB Provincial Conference in Banff. Very good conference in terms of speakers. I really enjoyed that. I did take notes as the speakers were talking, and I haven't had a chance yet to clean them up, but I will pass them on to you when I do that. Basically, the first day there was lots of discussion about the future of farming and the new machinery and technology coming forward, and things people are doing in terms of drones and self-driven or autonomous tractors and equipment that's starting to work in the field and could possibly, we could see some big changes in the next few years there. Doug Griffiths was there with his 13 Ways, so we've kind of heard that one, talked to him about that, and he spoke on that as well. Second day was more geared toward communication and concerns, breaching that perceived or real gap between the urban consumers and the farming community, and how we can speak to our case through social media or in other means as well out there on that. There were a number of resolutions that pretty much all passed. We did not support all of them, but it was a vote, and nothing of real significance there. And I didn't see any overlap really between what we see at RMA. So we're seeing that separation, I believe, between the agricultural ones are going to the ASB, and the other ones are coming to the RMA in that respect. So I thought that was a positive step forward. The big one for ASBs is that our grant program that we receive, our legislative and environmentals, is basically holding with the amount, and it's also moving to a 5-year approval as well instead of a 3-year. So the money will be guaranteed for 5 years, which I think is another step forward. And a number of municipalities, especially on the environmental side, struggle to keep staff, because when it was even a 1-year plan, it was, you never knew if you could keep someone because their funding may or may not come through. But with a 5-year plan, that gives a lot more continuity to staff providing these programs and services at the county level. So that's a good point there. And it was hosted by the Central Region, and so we were part of that. We had a number of staff that helped promote and host this, and it was well done as well. The no ministers were able to attend. And I actually started out that it was supposed to be hopefully a minister arrived, but then a deputy minister, and we were down to ADM by the last day, and he did come and talk to us about agricultural issues, and they continue to work behind the scenes. But of course, it's complicated for many of the trade issues and stuff, and it's going to be a long time resolving a lot of these issues. 1 million acres of insured crop is harvested in Alberta at the present time, so it's a fair chunk that's still out there to do.
Did they give a percentage? Like what percentage of our total cropland did they? 13 province-wide, I think, but it varied from near zero in the south to, in the 50s or 60s up in parts of the Peace Country and stuff like that. Yeah, the wide range of, and there's townships, or I would say at that level, even where there was almost 90% unharvested. There's in some areas. So, and there was a lot of discussion in that respect for insurance and because a lot of it is delayed till you have to try and harvest it in the spring, and if you want to write it off now, the rules around if I want to go and turn the cows into it, you have to. These have always caused a lot of concern in the community because there's always gray areas, and it requires a lot of inspections, which especially on the AFSC side, they've been slow, and it takes so many more inspectors that when you have a year like this, that there's a lot of concern about the lack of inspectors available to get some of these claims put forward. So they're working on a backlog, and hopefully it'll work itself out by spring. The last update was on the cattle market. It looks like 2020 is going to be similar to 2019, with the caveat that expenses may go up a bit. So our markets are being buoyed up by increased demand,
and the Canadian cow herd is staying the same or decreasing yet. We're not building. The Americans have built their herd a bit, but they've kind of stabilized and are not expected to build their herd anymore. So good news price-wise, it's that we can maintain or stabilize, but the thought is that the costs are going to continue to rise for us, and that we'll have to keep a close eye on those production costs. And like I say, that's mine. I don't know if Councillor Lougheed wants to add anything at this time to that.
Sure, I just echo Jim's comments. It was an excellent conference, and I think it was a milestone conference as well, because it was the 75th anniversary of the Ag Service Board, and they did outline the work that has occurred over the last 75 years, and it's a substantial amount of work, and a lot of it's taken for granted. It just happens, but it goes to all the work done by the Ag Services Board, and I'd like to show my appreciation for our staff going the extra mile and participating and making it a smoothly run conference. I think that everybody there enjoyed. And I think I have a few takeaways as well that I may pass along later, but there was one little, I have to just check through my notes. It was a Henry Ford quote, and it was kind of along the basis that change is coming. And if we only look at what people want, the Henry Ford quote was if, and this was referring to the development of the automobile. And Henry Ford said that if I had asked people what they wanted, they would have said they just wanted faster horses. So I think kind of keep an eye on the future, and we know the future is coming for sure. And I think Jim really covered pretty much anything I would have had to say about the conference.
Actually, I saw one little note here too, another takeaway, that 30% of the world pig herd is now gone due to African swine fever. So
30%.
30%. So that's, China especially, production has fallen far short of their consumption there, though there's no clear indication yet if they would switch to other forms of meat, or that there would be increased demand on, or increased exports required from countries to provide China with that. My second item is just that February 26th, there is a half-day conference or workshop put on by the Central Alberta Tourism Alliance. Jerry's been part of that. Clearwater Trails has been part of that as well, in terms of we don't have anybody in that position anymore, but our technical person would attend those. And I think I'm okay to attend through my representation on Clearwater Trails or Bighorn Backcountry, but I would like to plan to attend that. I don't think, unless someone thinks otherwise, a motion is required by council for that. But I'm sure Jerry will be there as well from the county. But it's this is the group that's been always asking us for maps and trails, and we need to, I think, follow through with this and make sure they understand the process of public land use zones versus the vacant crown land, and what we can do in terms, and what we're doing out there right now to try and develop trails. And other than that, if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
All right. On January 23rd, so last week, last Thursday, I attended the Safety Codes Fire Sub-Council meeting. Very informative. One of the presentations that we had that day was from Edmonton Fire Department with regard to cannabis extraction, so getting the oil out of the cannabis for medicinal cannabis grown in your home. And they're struggling with this because nobody really knows exactly how many plants it takes to get oil enough for whatever medicinal purposes. And they're finding homes with anywhere from 100 to 600 plants in it. So, and what's complicating it is, right now the federal government license that they get for it, it says you should follow the code requirements, not you will or you shall. So there's much work to be done around that. And what's happening is it's causing a lot of fires when they're doing the extraction part, and explosions. And since this was legalized in Edmonton, they've already had 2 explosions. The fires they didn't share. So I found the numbers of plants alarming. because what goes with that is other health-related issues in the grow portion. The insurance industry is actually looking at this very seriously because it can contaminate a home to the point where it's non-livable. So they're looking at what they can do to help manage this. So there's some work to be done from the safety code side of that. One of the other things that is coming to Edmonton, apparently down in Colorado, they've been doing this for a number of years, and they have a cannabis control symposium. We're going to be having one in Edmonton first in Canada in July of 2020. So given that this is so new, and I believe councils and elected officials and other staff are going to find, planning development and maybe the fire staff are going to find that might be well worth going to, and it's something I think we should consider getting more information on. And again, it's called the Cannabis Control Symposium. So from the governance review that's happening at the Safety Codes Council, they have been looking at red tape reduction, just like every other provincial entity. And they are going to be removing the Technical Coordinating Committee. And essentially what that is the chair of every sub-council, and that means fire, plumbing, gas, electrical, have their chairs sit on that committee. And if there's some kind of crossover stuff, that's where it's discussed. What we're finding through this review is that it's really all the work's being done by the sub-councils. So we're going to see it disappear. What we are going to see added is 2 new sub-councils for private sewage disposal, because they're finding that it's separate in the code from the other plumbing related things. The other one we'll see is transmission and distribution of electricity, because it sits separate within the electrical code. They're kind of 2 different larger items within other codes. So we're going to see those 2 sub-councils brought forward. And that'll happen in May at the annual general meeting for safety codes. We had the opportunity to meet the new Fire Commissioner of Alberta. His name is James Orr. He's known to the safety codes community. He's been helping as a managing director of safety codes. So he's just taking on this additional title. There's going to be a great deal of changes coming to the Fire Commissioner's office. Again, red tape reduction type of stuff. And if people want to have a little bit more information with regard to that, I'm happy to catch up with that at any time. And beyond that, the other thing that we had was a working group report on breweries and distilleries for the microbreweries. And it was a very effective program that we went through the process of figuring out. There's been a lot of confusion about what part of the safety codes it falls in. So is it an industrial or is it not so industrial? So by the time they concluded this, and they did go out to the stakeholders and involve the microbreweries and the big distillers and whatnot, they did get it to, this is not going to mean anything to anybody, but F1. So they are considered an industrial processing because of the potential for explosions and fires. If they meet some certain criteria, they could maybe have part of it. So if they've got tasting rooms, that sort of thing, and there's appropriate separations, they could have those 2 separate occupancy types. Document is being put together. It is 95% complete that the breweries and distillers have built as a how-to guide on getting going from the process of I think I want to do this to having it operational. So I think that that's good for that industry, because they've really it's been confusing for them, and quite frankly it's probably been confusing for the safety codes people trying to organize it. Lastly, there is going to be a new QMP template that is being marched out from the Safety Codes Council as well. So given that we are looking at that in governance for some of the work we're doing with fire here in our municipality, I think it would be good for us to follow up with the Safety Codes Council to find out what their new QMP template looks like, and it'll be out this month. I guess we're just about done, so probably what they mean is February. Beyond that, that is my report, Mr. Reed.
Councillor Lahi, anything else to add? Okay. I have two things. First of all, it was nice to head out to the Raven Creek Brew Trout Station yesterday for the provincial announcement of funding to rebuild the hatchery. It was quite an amazing tour. Always good to see the Minister of the Environment, Jason Nixon. And tomorrow is the Mayor's Prayer Breakfast, 7 a.m. Lou Soppet. The organization gave 2 tickets to the county. I will be using one and I will be attending, but there is an additional ticket should any of my fellow councillors wish to attend. So if you are interested, please let me know. Okay, could I have a motion to accept all the reports? All in favor? Motion carries. 10:13. So we will be taking a short recess. When we return at 10:30, we will be entering our closed session. Okay. Thank you. Recess till 10:30. could we? Okay, I'm calling the meeting back to order at 10:33 a.m. Do I have, would someone make a motion that we enter in camera? Or enter a closed session?
I will make that motion to enter closed session.
All in favor? Motion carries. So we just came out of closed session. It is 11:56 a.m. and we will be recessing for lunch and be back at 12:25. Thank you. We're live? Okay, we exited closed session at 2:52 PM. We'll have a short recess before we come back to open session to end the day. We will meet back at 3 PM. It is 3 p.m. I'll call the meeting back to order. We have no motions coming out of our closed session, so all we need is a motion to adjourn. Councillor Vandermeer, all in favor? Motion carries, meeting adjourned. Have a good day, everyone.